The creation of the world, Genesis 1-2. In the beginning, there was nothing but silence, deep and immeasurable. Darkness stretched across the face of the formless void. And then, God spoke, "Let there be light." A word shattered the endless night. Radiance burst forth, golden, pure, eternal. God saw the light and called it good. He separated it from the darkness, naming one day and the other night. Thus, the first day dawned upon creation. With each divine word, the cosmos unfolded like a living masterpiece. The seas gathered beneath the heavens, and land rose from their depths. Mountains crowned with mist, valleys bathed in rivers. Grass, trees, and fruit-bearing plants clothed the earth in emerald. Stars scattered across the heavens, appointed to rule night and day, their brilliance marking seasons and times. Then came the creatures, fish swarming the oceans, birds filling the skies with song, beasts roaming the wilderness. Yet, creation was not complete. Then God said, "Let us make man in our image." And from the dust, he formed Adam. He breathed his own breath into him, the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Eve followed, born from Adam's side, crafted to walk beside him, not beneath nor above, but in divine harmony. God blessed them and said, "Be fruitful and multiply. Have dominion over all that I have made." And on the seventh day, he rested, not from exhaustion, but in perfect satisfaction. The heavens, the earth, and all within stood as a testimony that out of nothing, God spoke, and everything became. The fall of man, Genesis 3. The garden was pure, untouched by sorrow. Rivers whispered through paradise, and peace walked hand in hand with innocence. Adam and Eve dwelt in the presence of God, clothed not in garments, but in glory. But near the center of Eden grew a tree, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. God had spoken clearly, "You may eat from every tree, but not from this one. For in the day you eat of it, you shall surely die." Then came the serpent, cunning, ancient. His words dripped with deceit. Did God truly say, "You must not eat of any tree"? Eve hesitated. "We may eat, except from that one, lest we die." The serpent smiled. "You shall not surely die. For God knows that in the day you eat, your eyes shall be opened. You shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." The fruit gleamed with forbidden beauty. Eve reached out. One bite, then another passed to Adam. And in that moment, innocence shattered. Their eyes were opened, and shame covered them like a heavy cloak. They hid among the trees when they heard his voice, the voice that once brought them joy. "Adam, where are you?" "We were afraid," Adam said, "because we were naked." Judgment fell like thunder. The serpent cursed to crawl, the woman to bear sorrow, the man to toil and sweat. And the gate of Eden closed behind them, sealed by flaming swords. Paradise was lost, but grace lingered, for even as they fell, God whispered of one who would come to crush the serpent's head. Cain and Abel, Genesis 4. From the dust of exile, Adam and Eve bore sons. Cain the tiller of soil, Abel the keeper of sheep. In time, both brought offerings unto the Lord. Abel brought the firstborn of his flock, fat and pure. Cain brought fruit from the ground. God looked with favor on Abel's sacrifice, but not on Cain's. Jealousy ignited like wildfire in Cain's heart. His face fell dark. "Why are you angry?" said the Lord. "If you do well, will you not be accepted? But if not, sin lies at your door. Its desire is for you, but you must master it." Yet Cain turned away. He led his brother to the field. There, rage triumphed. One blow, and Abel's blood cried from the earth. The voice of God thundered again. "Where is Abel, thy brother?" Cain's defiance chilled the air. "Am I my brother's keeper?" And God said, "The voice of thy brother's blood cries unto me from the ground." The curse fell. The earth would no longer yield for Cain. He became a wanderer, marked yet spared, a symbol of mercy even in judgment. And so began the echo of human violence, carried through generations, until one day, a greater blood would cry louder than Abel's for redemption. Noah and the flood, Genesis 6-9. The earth grew corrupt, dark with sin, swollen with pride. Men's hearts plotted evil unceasingly. Violence filled every corner. Yet one man found grace in the eyes of the Lord, Noah. God spoke to him. the end of all flesh has come. Make for yourself an ark of gopher wood. For behold, I will bring a flood to destroy all life under heaven. For years, Noah labored, mocked by those who called him mad. Yet he built, plank by plank, in obedience. When the time came, animals of every kind entered, 2 by 2, and Noah with his family stepped inside. The door shut. Then heaven broke open. Rain fell for 40 days and nights. The fountains of the deep erupted. Mountains sank beneath the waters. Every living thing perished, save those within the ark. After many months, the rains ceased. The ark came to rest upon the mountains of Ararat. Noah released a raven, then a dove. When the dove returned with an olive leaf, hope bloomed anew. Noah built an altar. The smoke rose to heaven, and God made a covenant, sealed by a bow of light across the sky. Never again shall the waters destroy all flesh. This rainbow shall be a sign between me and the earth. And the world began again, washed clean by mercy. The Tower of Babel, Genesis 11. After the flood, mankind multiplied once more. They spoke one tongue and journeyed eastward until they came to the plain of Shinar. There, pride whispered again in the hearts of men. Come, they said, let us build a city and a tower that reaches unto heaven. Let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered. Bricks replaced stone, ambition replaced worship. The tower rose, piercing the clouds, a monument not to God, but to man's glory. Then the Lord looked upon their work and said, Behold, they are one people, and nothing they imagine will be withheld from them. Come, let us go down and confound their speech. Confusion struck like lightning. Words twisted, tongues divided, and men no longer understood one another. The city fell into chaos. The people scattered across the earth, each nation born from that moment of division. And the tower, Babel, stood unfinished, a silent monument to the folly of pride. The call of Abram, Genesis 12. In the land of Ur, where idols stood on every corner, a man named Abram heard a voice that no one else heard, the voice of the living God. Leave your country, your kindred, and your father's house, and go to the land that I will show you. I will make of you a great nation. I will bless you and make your name great. Abram stood beneath the stars and believed. He gathered his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, his servants, and all he possessed. Without knowing the destination, he journeyed toward promise. He passed through deserts and cities of strangers, building altars wherever God appeared to him. His faith was simple yet fierce, not built on sight, but on trust. And though the world knew him as a wanderer, heaven called him the father of nations. God's covenant with Abram, Genesis 15. Years passed, and still, no child was born. Abram's hair turned gray beneath the desert sun. Doubt lingered, but then the word of the Lord came to him in a vision. Fear not, Abram. I am your shield and your exceeding great reward. Abram lifted his eyes to the heavens. Lord, what will you give me, seeing I go childless? Then God said, Look toward heaven and number the stars, if you are able to number them. So shall your offspring be. And Abram believed the Lord, and it was counted to him as righteousness. That night, God made a covenant. A deep sleep fell upon Abram, and a smoking firepot and blazing torch passed between the sacrificed pieces, a divine oath written in flame. Thus, God bound himself to man with promise unbreakable, that through Abraham's seed, salvation would come. The birth of Ishmael, Genesis 16. Time stretched on, and Sarai's womb remained barren. Weariness turned to impatience. Behold, she said to Abram, the Lord has restrained me from bearing. Go unto my maid Hagar. Perhaps I shall obtain children by her. Abram listened. Hagar conceived, and pride rose between mistress and maid. Sarai's jealousy flared. Hagar fled into the wilderness. There, by a spring of water, the angel of the Lord found her. Hagar, servant of Sarai, where have you come from, and where will you go? I flee from my mistress, she wept. The angel spoke gently, Return, and submit yourself. Behold, you shall bear a son. You shall call his name Ishmael, for the Lord has heard your affliction. And she called the name of the Lord who spoke to her, El Roi, the God who sees me. The promise of Isaac, Genesis 18 and 21. Under the oaks of Mamre, in the heat of the day, 3 strangers appeared before Abraham's tent. He ran to meet them, bowing low, offering food and rest. But these were no ordinary men. The Lord himself had come. As they ate, one said, "I will return to you according to the time of life, and Sarah your wife shall have a son." From within the tent, Sarah laughed. She was old, long past the years of childbearing. But the Lord said, "Is anything too hard for the Lord?" And in time, the impossible happened. Sarah bore a son, and they called him Isaac. Laughter. The laughter of disbelief had turned to joy, and the barren womb became the cradle of covenant promise. The testing of Abraham, Genesis 22. Then came the test. God said, "Abraham, here I am. Take your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and offer him as a burnt offering on a mountain I shall show you." The command tore through his soul, yet Abraham obeyed. For 3 days, he journeyed in silence. Isaac carried the wood. Abraham carried the fire and the knife. Atop Mount Moriah, Isaac asked, "My father, where is the lamb for the offering?" Abraham's voice trembled. God will provide himself a lamb. He bound Isaac and raised the knife. But heaven thundered, "Abraham, lay not your hand upon the boy." A ram caught in the thicket became the substitute. And Abraham named that place Jehovah-Jireh. The Lord will provide. For there, on that mountain, God foreshadowed the day when another son would carry the wood and become the lamb. The marriage of Isaac and Rebekah, Genesis 24. Abraham was old, and Isaac needed a wife, not from the Canaanites, but from his own kin. So Abraham sent his servant, Eliezer, to find her. At the well of Nahor, Eliezer prayed, "O Lord, let the woman who offers water to me and my camels be the one you have chosen." Before he finished speaking, Rebekah appeared, kind, beautiful, and strong. She drew water not only for him, but for every camel. The sign was clear. Rebekah agreed to go, saying, "I will go." She left her home and journeyed across the desert. At eventide, Isaac was meditating in the field when he saw her approaching. Their eyes met, a moment of divine destiny. And Isaac took Rebekah, and he loved her. Esau and Jacob, Genesis 25-27. Rebekah bore twins, Esau, the hunter, and Jacob, the quiet one. Even in the womb, they struggled. God said, "2 nations are in your womb, and the elder shall serve the younger." Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of stew. Hunger won over heritage. Later, when Isaac was old and his eyes dim, Jacob, guided by Rebekah, disguised himself as Esau and stole the blessing. Isaac trembled, Esau wept, and the house filled with division. Yet behind the deceit, God's plan unfolded. For the blessing could not be revoked. The covenant line would flow through Jacob. Jacob's ladder, Genesis 28. Fleeing from Esau's wrath, Jacob slept beneath the open sky, a stone for his pillow. That night, he dreamed, and behold, a ladder stretched from earth to heaven, and angels ascended and descended upon it. At the top stood the Lord. "I am the God of Abraham and Isaac. The land where you lie, I will give to you and to your offspring. I am with you and will not leave you." Jacob awoke trembling. "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I knew it not." He named the place Bethel, house of God. And from that moment, the deceiver began his journey toward becoming Israel. Jacob wrestles with God, Genesis 32. Years passed. Jacob returned to face Esau. On the eve of their meeting, he camped alone beside the river Jabbok, restless, haunted by guilt and fear. That night, a man wrestled with him until dawn. Neither yielded. When the stranger touched Jacob's hip, it dislocated, yet Jacob clung to him. "I will not let you go unless you bless me." The man said, "What is your name?" "Jacob." "Your name shall no longer be Jacob, but Israel, for you have striven with God and prevailed." And Jacob limped into the sunrise, forever marked by divine encounter, wounded, yet blessed. Joseph's dreams and betrayal, Genesis 37. Joseph, the beloved son of Jacob, wore a coat of many colors, a symbol of favor that ignited his brother's envy. He dreamed that the sun, moon, and stars bowed to him, that his brothers' sheaves bowed to his own. Their hatred grew. They plotted against him. "Behold, the dreamer cometh," they sneered. They stripped him of his coat, threw him into a pit, and sold him to passing traders for 20 pieces of silver. Bloody garments were brought to Jacob, and he wept, believing his son slain. But God's plan was not buried in the pit. Joseph was carried to Egypt, betrayed, yet chosen, bound for destiny. Joseph in Potiphar's house. Genesis 39. Joseph, sold into Egypt, became a servant in the house of Potiphar, captain of Pharaoh's guard. Though a stranger in a foreign land, his faith and integrity shone. God blessed Joseph, and everything he touched prospered. Potiphar saw it and appointed him overseer of his house, master of all he owned. Yet prosperity drew the eye of temptation. Potiphar's wife coveted Joseph, sending sly words and longing looks. "Lie with me," she demanded. But Joseph's heart trembled at the thought of sin. "How can I do this great evil and sin against God?" Her schemes grew, and one day she caught him alone. He fled, leaving his garment in her hands. She screamed, accusing him falsely. Joseph was cast into prison, the innocent suffering under lies. Yet even in the dark, God's presence did not abandon him. The keeper of the prison saw that God was with Joseph, and he prospered there too, gaining favor among all who were captive. Joseph interprets dreams in prison. Genesis 40. Two of Pharaoh's officers, the chief cupbearer and the baker, were imprisoned with Joseph. Both dreamed strange dreams, unsettling their hearts. Joseph approached them. "Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me your dreams." The cupbearer dreamed of a vine with 3 branches, yielding grapes for Pharaoh's cup. Joseph said, "Within 3 days, you shall be restored to your position." The baker dreamed of baskets upon his head, filled with bread eaten by birds. Joseph declared, "Within 3 days, Pharaoh will lift your head from you, and you shall die. The birds shall eat of it." Everything came to pass exactly as Joseph had said. Yet the cupbearer forgot him, leaving Joseph in prison for 2 more long years. Even so, Joseph never wavered. God's plan moved silently, preparing the way for a future that would save nations. Pharaoh's dreams. Genesis 41. Pharaoh, king of Egypt, was troubled by 2 dreams. In one, 7 fat cows were devoured by 7 lean cows. In the other, 7 healthy ears of grain were swallowed by 7 thin ones. None could interpret them. The cupbearer finally remembered Joseph. Summoned before Pharaoh, Joseph bowed low. "It is not in me. God will give Pharaoh an answer of peace." Joseph explained, 7 years of abundance would be followed by 7 years of severe famine. Pharaoh must appoint a wise man to store grain during the years of plenty, to survive the years of want. Pharaoh saw the Spirit of God upon Joseph and made him ruler over all Egypt, second only to Pharaoh himself. He was clothed in fine linen, gold on his neck, and given authority over the land. Joseph's wisdom saved Egypt and surrounding nations, the fulfillment of God's plan, turning betrayal into salvation. Joseph's brothers come to Egypt. Genesis 42. Famine spread across Canaan. Jacob sent his sons to Egypt to buy grain, unaware that the governor they would face was their brother Joseph, the one they had betrayed and sold years before. They bowed before him, not recognizing the voice of the man who once wore the coat of many colors. Joseph tested them, speaking harshly, accusing them of being spies. "We are men of honor," they protested. "We are 12 brothers. One is dead. The youngest is at home with our father." Joseph's heart ached, yet he concealed his identity, demanding that Simeon remain in prison while the others returned with grain, a test of their integrity and repentance. Even in judgment, God's hand guided him. A future reconciliation was being prepared. Joseph reveals himself. Genesis 45. The famine grew severe, and Jacob's family returned, pleading for mercy. Joseph could no longer contain himself. He wept, his voice shaking. "I am Joseph. Is my father still alive?" Trembling, the brothers fell before him. Joseph embraced them. "Do not be distressed, nor angry with yourselves, for God sent me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years famine shall not destroy the land, and God has made me a savior to you and many nations." Tears flowed, forgiveness was spoken aloud, and reconciliation became real. Joseph's coat of many colors, once a symbol of envy and betrayal, now reflected mercy and divine providence. The birth of Moses. Exodus 2. In the land of Egypt, Pharaoh's heart hardened. He commanded that every Hebrew male child be thrown into the Nile. The people of Israel groaned under oppression, crying out to the Lord. A Levite woman, Jochebed, gave birth to a son. She saw that he was beautiful and hid him for 3 months. When hiding became impossible, she crafted a basket of bulrushes, sealed it with tar, and placed him among the reeds along the riverbank. His sister Miriam watched from afar. Pharaoh's daughter came down to bathe in the river and saw the basket. She opened it and saw the child crying. Her heart softened. "This is one of the Hebrew children," she said. Miriam ran to fetch the boy's mother as a nurse, and Jochebed raised her own son under the protection of Pharaoh's household. She named him Moses, drawn out of the water. Thus, the Savior of Israel was nurtured under the very shadow of oppression, hidden yet prepared for destiny. Moses flees to Midian, Exodus 2-3. As Moses grew, he saw the suffering of his people. One day, he witnessed an Egyptian striking a Hebrew slave. Moses' righteous anger flared, and he struck the Egyptian, hiding the body in the sand. Word spread. Pharaoh sought to kill him. Moses fled into the wilderness of Midian, leaving Egypt behind, a fugitive among strangers. He came to a well where shepherds struggled to water their flocks. He helped them, and Reuel, the priest of Midian, welcomed him. Moses married Zipporah, and years passed in quiet tending of flocks. Yet God's plan was at work. On Mount Horeb, Moses saw a bush ablaze with fire yet untouched by flame. "Take off your sandals," the Lord commanded. "I have seen the affliction of my people, and I will deliver them. You shall lead them out of Egypt." Moses trembled, voice faltering. "Who am I to go?" God replied, "I will be with you. This shall be your sign. When you have brought my people out, you shall serve me upon this mountain." The shepherd became a prophet, and the destiny of nations rested on his shoulders. The burning bush, Exodus 3. Moses stepped closer, drawn to the supernatural glow. The bush burned, but was not consumed. A voice like thunder yet gentle called, "Moses, Moses." "I am here," he said. The Lord's words poured over him. "I am the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I have seen the suffering of my people in Egypt. I have heard their cries, and I come to deliver them. Go, assemble the elders, and speak to Pharaoh. Let my people go." Fear gripped Moses. But what if they do not believe me? God provided a sign. Moses' staff would become a serpent, leprous hands healed at a touch, water turned to blood, demonstrations of divine power to confirm his word. Thus began the calling of Moses, shepherd, prophet, and liberator. Moses returns to Egypt, Exodus 4-5. With trembling heart, Moses returned to Egypt, staff in hand, carrying the weight of God's promise. He met Aaron, his brother, who would speak for him, for Moses felt his voice weak. They confronted Pharaoh. "Thus says the Lord, let my people go, that they may serve me." Pharaoh's heart was hardened. He increased the burdens of the Israelites, forcing them to gather straw while maintaining the same quota of bricks. The people groaned, crying to God, asking, "Why have you sent us into this misery?" Moses prayed, "Lord, why?" But the call was clear: deliverance comes through trials. The chains of oppression would break, but only when the time was ripe. God's power would be revealed through patience, courage, and unwavering faith. The first plague, water turned to blood, Exodus 7. God commanded Moses and Aaron to confront Pharaoh once more. They stood by the Nile, staff in hand. "Thus says the Lord, strike the water of Egypt, and it shall become blood. Fish shall die, the river shall stink, and the Egyptians shall loathe the water." Aaron stretched his staff over the waters. The Nile writhed in red, thick and foul. Pharaoh's magicians could imitate only a small measure, but the land trembled under the supernatural judgment of God. Yet Pharaoh's heart remained stubborn. He refused to free Israel. Moses' heart ached for both the people and the hardened king, but the Lord said, "I will stretch out my hand, and my wonders shall be multiplied until my people are delivered." The stage was set for confrontation between the God of Israel and the might of Egypt, a showdown that would shake the world and echo for generations. The second plague, frogs, Exodus 8. Pharaoh still hardened his heart. God commanded Moses and Aaron, "Say to Pharaoh, let my people go, or I will fill the land with frogs." Frogs swarmed every corner, in homes, ovens, and beds. They leapt from the Nile and crawled through streets. Egyptians screamed in horror, yet Pharaoh's pride held fast. He pleaded for relief. Moses prayed, and the frogs died in heaps, leaving the land stinking and silent. But Pharaoh hardened his heart again, refusing to free Israel. Even in rebellion, God's hand was at work, teaching both rulers and slaves that his power surpasses all earthly authority. The third plague, gnats, Exodus 8. Aaron stretched his staff over the dust of Egypt, and the dust became gnats, small, biting, swarming through man and beast alike. The magicians tried to imitate, but they could not. Gnats covered the land. Pharaoh's eyes burned with irritation, yet his stubbornness endured. God showed that his power is subtle as well as mighty. Even the smallest creatures obey his will. The fourth plague, flies, Exodus 8. Dark clouds of flies descended. Houses were filled, fields abandoned. The stench and irritation tormented the Egyptians. Pharaoh pleaded, offering compromise. Go, sacrifice to your God in the land, but do not leave Egypt. Moses refused, for God demanded obedience, not half measures. Pharaoh hardened his heart, and the stage was set for more dramatic judgment. The fifth plague, livestock disease, Exodus 9. A fatal disease struck the livestock of Egypt. Horses, camels, cattle, and sheep perished, yet Israel's herds remained untouched. Pharaoh's anger grew. Go, sacrifice in your land, he said. But pride chained his heart. Even in judgment, God showed distinction. His people preserved, the enemy punished. A pattern emerged. His hand protects the faithful and demonstrates that he alone reigns. The sixth plague, boils, Exodus 9. Moses and Aaron struck the dust of the earth, and boils broke out on man and beast alike. Pain and sores covered the Egyptians, yet Pharaoh's heart remained unyielding. The magicians could not stand before Moses, and fear began to take root. God's power is not only visible but unavoidable, a warning that pride cannot resist the will of the Almighty. The seventh plague, hail, Exodus 9. God commanded Moses to stretch his staff toward the sky. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and hail fell, the likes of which no Egyptian had ever seen. The hail shattered crops, smashed trees, and killed animals caught in the fields. Only in Goshen, the land of Israel, was there safety. Pharaoh admitted sin and begged Moses to intercede. Yet his heart hardened again. The battle between human stubbornness and divine authority intensified. The eighth plague, locusts, Exodus 10. Darkness fell over Egypt as locusts devoured what remained. They stripped fields bare, leaving famine behind. Pharaoh called Moses, his voice trembling. Go, serve your God, but leave your flocks and herds behind. Moses refused compromise. God demanded full obedience. The locusts left nothing untouched, a vivid demonstration that partial submission is no substitute for true surrender. The ninth plague, darkness, Exodus 10. A darkness descended over Egypt so thick it could be felt. For 3 days, no one saw another. The air trembled with fear. Yet Israel had light in their homes. God protected his people in the midst of judgment. Pharaoh's heart remained stubborn, yet the tension mounted. The final act was near. The 10th plague, the death of the firstborn, Exodus 11-12. God instructed Moses, every firstborn in Egypt would die, from Pharaoh's own son to the firstborn of livestock. A final, devastating blow. But the Israelites were commanded, take a lamb, sprinkle its blood on the doorposts, and eat the flesh with unleavened bread. When the angel of death passed over, those with the blood were spared. That night, sorrow and wailing filled Egypt, yet Israel was protected. God's mercy and justice intertwined in a single, dramatic act of deliverance. The Exodus begins, Exodus 12-13. Pharaoh finally relented. Israel packed in haste, unleavened bread in hand, flocks and herds following. They left Egypt with wealth given by grateful Egyptians. The journey began, guided by God himself, a pillar of cloud by day, a pillar of fire by night. Pharaoh's heart would harden once more, chasing them to the edge of the Red Sea. Israel's bondage ended, but the path to freedom would demand trust, courage, and the power of God's miraculous hand. Crossing the Red Sea, Exodus 14. Pharaoh's army thundered behind, chariots flashing, swords raised. Israel trembled, trapped between the sea and death. Moses stretched out his staff, and the waters parted, towering walls of water on either side. The Israelites walked on dry ground, the seabed firm beneath their feet. The Egyptian army pursued, but when the last Israelite reached the shore, Moses stretched his hand again. The waters collapsed, sweeping the chariots and horsemen into the depths. Israel saw the power of God. Fear turned to worship. "The Lord has saved us," they cried, and the song of deliverance echoed across the desert. The Song of Moses, Exodus 15. Moses and the Israelites sang a song to the Lord, praising his power and salvation. Sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. Horse and rider he has thrown into the sea. The song celebrated God's might, his faithfulness, and the liberation of his people. It became a legacy, sung through generations, a reminder that even the impossible bends before the Almighty. Water from the rock, Exodus 17. In the wilderness, Israel thirsted. The people complained, doubting the God who had saved them. Moses cried out, and God commanded him, "Strike the rock at Horeb, and water shall flow." He struck, and streams gushed forth, quenching the people's thirst. God provided, a tangible sign of his faithfulness, teaching Israel that dependence on him brings life even in the desert. Amalek defeated, Exodus 17. The Amalekites attacked Israel from behind. Moses commanded Joshua to lead the battle while he stood on a hill, staff raised toward heaven. As long as Moses' hands were lifted, Israel prevailed. When they lowered them, Amalek gained ground. Aaron and Hur held his hands up, weary arms steady, until sunset. The Amalekites were defeated. Israel witnessed that victory comes not by strength alone, but by God's power and the unity of his people. Jethro's advice, Exodus 18. Moses' father-in-law, Jethro, visited and observed the burden Moses carried, judging disputes from dawn to dusk. "Why do you alone bear the people's burden?" he asked. Moses explained, and Jethro said, "Select capable men, able, God-fearing, and trustworthy. Let them judge smaller matters. Only the difficult cases bring to you." Moses listened and implemented this counsel, establishing leadership and justice for the community. Even in divine missions, wisdom and delegation are gifts of God. Arrival at Sinai, Exodus 19. 3 months after leaving Egypt, Israel arrived at Mount Sinai. Smoke and fire engulfed the mountain. A thick cloud covered it, and the sound of a trumpet grew louder. God spoke to Moses, "You have seen what I did to Egypt. If you obey me fully, you shall be my treasured possession among all peoples." The people trembled. "We will do all that the Lord has spoken," they said. The mountain became a sanctuary of awe, a meeting place between heaven and earth. The 10 Commandments given, Exodus 20. God descended upon Sinai in fire, and the mountain shook. He spoke his words, "You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself any carved image. You shall not take the name of the Lord in vain. Remember the Sabbath day, to keep it holy. Honor your father and mother. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness. You shall not covet." The people trembled, and Moses drew near to receive the tablets written by God's own hand. These laws became the covenant, the moral compass that would guide Israel through the ages. The golden calf, Exodus 32. While Moses stayed on the mountain, Israel grew restless. They demanded, "Make us gods who shall go before us." Aaron fashioned a golden calf from the jewelry. The people worshipped it, offering sacrifices, singing, and dancing in revelry. Moses descended, tablets in hand, and saw the abomination. In righteous anger, he shattered the stones. "How could you betray the Lord who delivered you from Egypt?" God's judgment loomed, yet Moses interceded. He pleaded for mercy, and the Lord relented, showing that repentance can turn away wrath. Renewal of the covenant, Exodus 34. Moses returned to the mountain to plead for the people. God called him up again, giving new tablets. "Write these words," the Lord said, "for I make a covenant with you." Moses came down, face radiant, bearing the testament of God's mercy and law. The covenant was renewed, teaching Israel that obedience, repentance, and faith restore what was broken. The tabernacle instructions, Exodus 25. God commanded Moses to build a sanctuary, the tabernacle, a place where he would dwell among his people. Detailed instructions flowed: the Ark of the Covenant, the lampstand, the altar of incense, the curtains, and the priest's garments. Every measurement and material held meaning, symbolizing holiness, worship, and divine presence. Israel prepared with diligence, bringing gold, silver, fabrics, and skilled hands. God's presence would dwell in their midst, a tangible sign that heaven walks among those who obey. Manna from heaven, Exodus 16. The Israelites grumbled in the wilderness. "Why did you bring us out of Egypt to die here?" they complained. God heard their cries and provided. In the morning, a fine, flaky substance appeared on the ground. Manna, white as frost, sweet to the taste. Each family gathered according to need, but on the sixth day, a double portion fell, for the Sabbath was holy. Moses said, "The Lord gives daily, and we trust him for today. Tomorrow shall take care of itself." God taught his people reliance, faith, and obedience. Manna became both food and a sign of his sustaining presence. Water from the rock, revisited, Exodus 17. Once more, the people thirsted. Complaining echoed through the camp. God commanded Moses, "Strike the rock at Horeb with your staff, and water shall flow." A miraculous stream gushed forth, quenching their thirst. Israel witnessed God's power, that life and sustenance come only from him, and complaints cannot change his provision. Amalekites defeated, Exodus 17. The Amalekites attacked Israel unexpectedly. Joshua led the battle, while Moses stood on a hill, staff raised toward heaven. As long as his hands were lifted, Israel prevailed. When they grew weary, Aaron and Hur held them steady until sunset. The enemy fell. Victory came through God's power, prayer, and unity, a lesson that battles are won in heaven before they are won on earth. Jethro's wisdom, Exodus 18. Moses carried the burden of judging all Israel alone. Jethro, his father-in-law, observed and said, "Why do you bear this alone? Choose men capable, God-fearing, and trustworthy to judge the minor cases." Moses listened, delegating responsibility. Leadership flourished, and God's law became manageable. Even in divine missions, human wisdom and counsel are gifts to be embraced. The spies sent to Canaan, Numbers 13. As Israel neared the promised land, Moses sent 12 men to spy the territory. They saw abundant produce and fortified cities. 10 returned with fear. "We cannot go," they said. "The people are giants. We are but grasshoppers." Only Caleb and Joshua trusted God. "If the Lord is with us," they said, "we shall conquer." Israel's faith wavered, and the people mourned, illustrating that fear can paralyze even those who have witnessed God's miracles. The people rebel, Numbers 14. Israel refused to enter the land. Their cries filled the wilderness. "Let us choose a leader and return to Egypt." God's anger burned. "They shall wander 40 years, and none of this generation shall enter the land, except Caleb and Joshua." The consequences of unbelief were made clear. Faith and obedience are non-negotiable in the plan of God. Moses strikes the rock, Numbers 20. In a later crisis, the people complained again about water. God commanded Moses to speak to the rock. But in frustration, Moses struck it twice with his staff. Water gushed, but God said, "Because you did not trust me fully, you shall not bring this assembly into the land I give them." Even a servant of God can falter. Obedience and faithfulness are required, and consequences follow. The bronze serpent, Numbers 21. Israel grumbled against God and Moses. In judgment, serpents bit the people, and many died. The people repented. God commanded Moses, "Make a serpent of bronze and set it on a pole. Whoever looks upon it shall live." Faith brought life. A simple act, a look of trust, transformed death into salvation, foreshadowing the greater salvation to come. Balaam's donkey speaks, Numbers 22. Balak, king of Moab, hired Balaam to curse Israel. Riding to meet him, Balaam's donkey saw an angel blocking the path and refused to move. 3 times the donkey stopped, and Balaam struck her. Then God opened the donkey's mouth. "What have I done to you that you strike me?" Balaam's eyes were opened, and he fell prostrate. The Lord commanded him to speak only what he instructed. God's sovereignty cannot be thwarted, and even creation can be an instrument of his will. Blessing instead of curse, Numbers 23-24. Balaam prepared to curse Israel. Yet the Spirit of God came upon him, and instead of cursing, he blessed. "From Jacob shall come a ruler, and Israel shall dwell in safety." God is not a man to lie. He sees and protects his chosen. Even those sent for evil cannot override God's plan. His blessing triumphs over human schemes. Moses' death on Mount Nebo, Deuteronomy 34. After 40 years in the wilderness, Moses climbed Mount Nebo, gazing upon the promised land. The land of milk and honey stretched before him, yet he would not enter. God had told him, "You shall see it with your eyes, but you shall not cross over." Moses' heart swelled with awe and sorrow. He had led a nation, confronted Pharaoh, and seen miracles beyond imagination. The Lord said, "This is the land I promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." Moses died there, old and full of years, and God himself buried him in an unknown place. Israel wept for 30 days, mourning the prophet, leader, and servant of the Most High. Joshua becomes leader, Joshua 1. God spoke to Joshua, the servant of Moses, "Moses, my servant, is dead. Now arise, cross the Jordan with all this people into the land I give them. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or discouraged, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go." Joshua prepared the people. Their faith wavered, yet God's promise remained. The land was theirs. The Ark of the Covenant led the way, a visible reminder of God's presence. Crossing the Jordan, Joshua 3. At the banks of the Jordan, waters piled high like a wall. The priests stepped into the river, carrying the ark. The waters stopped flowing, forming a dry path. Israel crossed on dry ground. Stones were taken from the riverbed to build a memorial, a witness for generations. Wherever you go, remember the power of God who delivers. The fall of Jericho, Joshua 6. Jericho, fortified and proud, seemed impenetrable. God's strategy was unconventional. For 6 days, Israel marched once around the city with the ark, priests blowing trumpets. On the 7th day, they circled 7 times. At God's command, the people shouted. Walls collapsed. The city was destroyed. Rahab, who had protected Israel's spies, and her family were spared. The conquest demonstrated that victory comes from obedience to God, not human might. Achan's sin and punishment, Joshua 7. Israel celebrated Jericho's fall, but Achan coveted spoils, hiding gold and silver. God's anger burned. Israel suffered defeat at Ai. Joshua sought God's counsel. Achan was found, confessing his sin. He and his family were executed, and the plunder destroyed. God's holiness demanded obedience, and sin, even hidden, brings consequences. Ai defeated, Joshua 8. After Achan's sin was addressed, Israel followed God's strategy. Ambushes and tactics guided by divine command brought Ai to ruin. The people burned the city, and a renewed covenant was proclaimed. Victory returned because God's instructions were obeyed. Gibeonites deceived Israel, Joshua 9. The Gibeonites, fearing Israel, disguised themselves as travelers. They sought peace, asking for a covenant. Israel, without seeking God's counsel, swore an oath. When the deception was revealed, Israel honored the covenant, a lesson that even good intentions must be guided by God's wisdom. Sun stands still, Joshua 10. 5 Amorite kings waged war against Gibeon. Joshua prayed, and God answered miraculously. The sun shall stand still over Gibeon, and the moon in the valley of Ajalon. Day extended, giving Israel victory. The Lord fought for his people. The miraculous demonstrated that the natural order bows to God's will. The conquest of southern Canaan, Joshua 10-11. Joshua led Israel through southern Canaan, destroying fortified cities, defeating kings, and taking possession of the land. God's promise unfolded. Every step, every battle was guided by his hand. The land was not conquered by might alone, but by faith, obedience, and trust in the living God. The conquest of northern Canaan, Joshua 11. Northern kings formed a coalition, fearing Israel's advance. Joshua and the Lord led Israel to victory. Cities fell, kings perished, and the land was subdued. All Israel witnessed God's faithfulness. The promise to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob was being fulfilled, a nation established in the land God had sworn to give.